And guess who have made this international event possible? Your presence reflects our shared commitment to strengthening collaboration, fostering innovation, and building a more sustainable future across the Asian region. This year's theme, innovative product from the green industry to address future skills, shows us that innovation must go beyond mere technological advancement. Innovation should create sustainable solutions, empower future generations with relevant skills, and address to the social and demographic challenges facing our world today. We hope this expo will serve as a platform for sharing ideas and fostering meaningful partnership among universities, industries, and the community. Let's take this opportunity to inspire one another, exchange knowledge, and work together toward a greener, smarter, and more sustainable future. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee, speakers, partners, and all participants for your dedication and contribution to the success of this event. Finally, I wish the very best to all participants. May this expo inspire new ideas, strengthen international collaboration, and foster innovation that have a positive impact on society. It's with great pride that I officially declare the 6th International Innovation Technology Expo in 2026 open. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wahid, for your remarks. Before we continue to the main agenda, I would like to share one more information. The International Innovative the International Innovation Act Technology Expo will continue with another event on July 30, featuring competition for senior high school and vocational high school students, as well as college students. We warmly invite all participants to take part in this competition. And for lecturers, teachers, or institutional representatives who would like to register their student, we would be delighted to welcome their participation. Registration is now open, and we look forward to see you at the upcoming ETA competition. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving to our main agenda, which is International Conference. This will be moderated by Ms. Nawang Edina Putri, Master of Art. Thank you for your attention, and now please welcome Ms. Nawang as the moderator. Good morning, distinguished keynote speakers, delegates, researchers, industry practitioners, and participants from around the world. Okay. This conference highlight the importance of sustainable innovation in preparing society to face environmental transformation, demographic shifts, and the evolving demands of future skills. But I would like to thank you, for all, to find the time and visiting today's conference. This is an international conference on technology innovation, and my name is Nawazriana Putri, and I'll be moderating this conference. And for this important event, we will explore how green innovation is transforming diverse fields like in the pharmacy, health, medicine, hospitality, tourism, information and communication technology or ICT, and entrepreneurship. Thus, we hold the international conference entitled Innovative Products from the Green Industry to Address Future Skills, Social and Demographic Challenges. This conference conducted in two sessions. In the first session, we have three keynote speakers from IT, health sciences, or medicine and entrepreneurship backgrounds. And first, we have Mr. Larry Chua from Blink ID Singapore. Good morning, Mr. Larry.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Okay, good morning. Okay, can you hear my voice?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, so thank you so much for spending time with us within your busy schedule.
No problem. It's been a privilege to actually share with future leaders and future people that are going out in a working society. So glad to be here today.
All right, thank you. And the second speakers, we have Dr. Felis Marian Z. Sangguan from Gulias College of Medicine, Philippines. Good morning, Dr. Felis.
Good morning, Miss Adina. Good morning to everybody, also to my fellow speakers. Thanks for having me today.
Okay, thank you so much for spending time with us. Maybe you are still on your holiday.
It's all good. It's all good. I'm actually in the United Kingdom right now. It's 3 a.m., but I'm glad to be here with you.
Oh, I'm so sorry, but thank you so much. We appreciate that.
It's all right.
Okay, and the first speaker we have Ms. Indri Sri Enerwati, Magister Management from Polytechnic Indonesia Surakarta. Good morning, Ms. Indri. Okay, Ms. Indri, can you hear my voice? Okay. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the presentation, I would like to read the conference rule first. Okay, the first participants are required to activate the camera and use virtual background. And please, you are not allowed to use any avatar or any other emoticons, and that participants who have just joined this conference can download the virtual background from the chat box that already provided by the operator. And the second rule is the participants are required to mute the microphone during the conference session, and your microphone can be activated during Q&A session. And participants can ask questions by raising or dropping your question in the chat box. And don't forget to rename your username by following format. Okay, you can type full name underscore institution underscore nation. Okay. But before we begin the conference, let's have a photo session first. So I would like to remind all the participants to open your camera. Okay, please, dear all participants, please open your camera because we are having a photo session. And I would like to ask our operator to do some snapshot. Okay, maybe. Okay, we go with the first page. First page, okay. And please open your camera. Okay, page one. I go with the page one. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Page 2. 1, 2, 3. Page 3. Okay, one, two, three. Page four. One, two, three. Page five. One, two, three. Page six. One, two, three. And the last page. Okay. One, two, three. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, the recent rapid digital transformation, such as artificial intelligence or AI and other smart technologies, is accelerating sustainable solutions for human life. However, some of us are concerned that it might challenge demographic issues, particularly unemployment. Okay. The matter itself doesn't lie in the AI obstacles, but in how we equip future generations with essential competencies to stay relevant in rapid technological development. So this topic will be delivered by our first keynote speaker, Mr. Larry Chua. But before I would like read his profile first. Okay, Mr. Larry Chua is a business practitioner. Okay, he holds his bachelor in banking and finance at University of London. Okay, he has more than 20 years of experience in travel, technology, and e-commerce, such as Lazada, MG Group, Travelzoo, and in publishing. He is currently the founder and CEO of Blink, yeah, corporate travel intelligence for small medium enterprises in Southeast Asia. Okay, all right, Mr. Larry, you have 30 minutes for presenting, and then after that, followed by Q&A session for approximately 10 minutes. The screen is yours.
So good morning, everyone. Glad to be here once again. My name is Larry, currently calling in from Singapore, so it's a nice weather here. I'm going to talk about, I think, what everybody is concerned these days itself is the big topic of innovation and what is innovation happening in the, global scale. Common topics that raise out, it's always AI. There's always two groups. So just to give you a bit of background itself, I've been doing business in Indonesia. My wife is Indonesian, and my kids are currently in similar age as you, high school and stuff like that. Understanding from the ground, there's always two concerns right now. People that are adopting AI and people that are totally rejecting AI, like, no, AI image is bad and stuff like that. So I'm just going to dive deep on this topic about artificial intelligence and how it's impacting and really starting to impact the world in the business sense. So just a few numbers up. Early on, we raised the topic about AI is going to make people out of jobs. That's really true. So what you're looking on screen right now, it's a survey conducted by World Economic Forum. 85 millions of jobs that exist today are not going to be around in 2030. Everybody's worried about that. However, look on the controversial side of things, there will be still 97 million jobs or new roles created by the 2030. So the AI shift, it's already happening. We are seeing the shift of companies stopping to hire that much. What we're seeing right now in the economy itself, it's companies are going smaller, but there are a lot more small companies that is going to happen around the world. Well, in Indonesia itself, we see a drop in terms of employment rate. That's also happening in Singapore. What's actually happening behind the scenes of most businesses, it's business owners are thinking about how to recreate new roles for humans to still get involved in a company itself. So that's what's happening around the scene. What a lot of people is asking these days are asking the wrong question. I think everyone is always asking, especially from the university, students and existing, workers in the company itself is, will AI take my job? the question is not about will AI take my job? It's again, how do I stay relevant, right? Let's just give an example itself. Before internet evolutions of softwares, Microsoft Words, Excels created new jobs. Created new jobs for people to start using Excel to do your accounting and to do your charts and stuff like that. Those were jobs during the first, innovation revolution itself and created such jobs. What's going to happen next itself is these tasks are still going to be there. However, it's going to evolve a little bit. So today I pose across the question itself, trying to change everybody's mentality to stop asking the question, will AI take my job? And start asking myself, it's how can I stay relevant in the AI world itself? Before I dive deep and share a little bit about my experience with AI itself, just to give a bit of overview itself, I've been in the technology space for over 20 years, both working within Southeast Asia. Before this, I was a regional vice president for Lazada, and I managed 6 countries across the region. I see innovations happening in the different cities itself. That's a little bit about me. I'm going to share with you the story how I got started with Bling. In November 2024, everybody was going crazy with OpenAI and ChatGPT. I believe that a lot of you guys are using ChatGPT. That November itself, I was trying to use ChatGPT to plan a business trip for my friend because I've always been considered as a travel expert. ChatGPT failed me very badly based on my standards. However, the whole world is like, oh, this is awesome, right? But for an industry expert itself, it just failed badly. That was the best thing that happened to me because it opened up the door. It got me started, rather than complaining like, oh, this technology is not good, it got me started to actually understand the capabilities of AI. What are the fundamentals that AI run behind the scenes? How do you actually make AI more powerful and relevant? So that got me started on Bling itself. So we position ourselves as a corporate travel concierge to serve any company size across the region. I'm not going to talk about my company today, but I'm just going to share with you a lot of use case. So the turning point again itself, it's just diving deep in the problem. Earlier, I mentioned itself, I was trying to use ChatGPT to plan a trip. Now, what were the mistakes and the issues there that they were facing? A lot of people don't understand how AI actually works behind the scenes and just, oh, AI is good. It can do a lot of things. So most people don't test the limitations of what a technology is capable and don't have a deeper understanding what can it not do, right? So from that incident itself, I discovered that the current problem with AI itself, in 2 years ago, it was training on past data, all right? What do you mean by past data itself? It means back in 2 years ago, AI didn't have the capabilities to scrape the website. So it was displaying issues and recommendations where business are no longer there. That's problem number 1. Problem number 2 itself is there wasn't a fine-tuning loop to actually enhance the AI intelligence. So that was really, really broken there. So it turns out it started giving me a trip plan itinerary without consideration of multiple factors such as traffic, such as the weather and stuff like that. So I took a step back and I started asking, why is this happening and what's the output we're trying to achieve? Rather than asking what should I do, I asked the question myself, like, what am I trying to achieve, right? So Bling taught us a lot about AI. We have been playing with AI and innovating a lot of AI itself. Now, I want to make a statement today to share with you that stop thinking AI is everything. There's a few things that computers don't do better than humans, such as empathy, judgment, cultural understanding, right? Ethics and creativity. These are things that computer still do not do well. I want to share with you a little bit more, like why is this statement very, very strong? Travel planning was never a problem during our parents' age. I repeat that statement again. Okay? In the past, our parents used to just walk into a travel agency. You have a person sitting opposite of you. They start asking you questions and trying to understand what you're looking for in a holiday. And they give you suggestions and plan everything for you, end to end. What internet actually created was the travel planning issues, where you have infinite number of choices of hotels in Traveloka, Ticket.com, Agoda. That created the mess of trip planning. So we need to start thinking about what's the output rather than thinking about just AI as a tool, right? AI is more than capable than just a tool. AI is capable to actually take over the whole workflow or even automate the whole workflow. And that had actually made our team better, right? So long story short, some of the summaries that I want you guys to just remember here. Yes, AI has changed the rules, but always remember that human judgment is irreplaceable. You know, humans still need to get involved to tell, example, green technology, that this plantation example is infested by some kind of pest, right? You teach the computers or AI that this recognition of this thing is actually infestation. Without that knowledge of training and learning, the computers would have limited knowledge what exactly is happening. So human judgment is still irreplaceable. Today, I want you guys to take away with a few frameworks to think about it. You know, stop asking or stop using AI like how you use it in Google, right? A lot of people are still using AI. I like Google, the find this for me and stuff like that. What AI is really capable itself is you need to start as a human to start thinking about the outcomes. What are you trying to achieve, right? Example itself, you know, I'm trying to do a project in this particular farm, or, you know, trying to reduce this, I'm trying to calculate this itself. Always start with the outcome, right? After you start with the outcome, start thinking as a human, how you actually approach it without technology. These are the things that I do. Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5. Write that down, right? Once you have the steps actually map out, then you can start to think about how you optimize using AI itself. And that's where you see the real potential of AI really computing and giving you the results that you're looking for. So use that in order. OAR, outcome, approach, realize, right? That's one other thing I want to take. Right? Second thing itself is, again, during this talk itself, I strongly talk about, you know, AI is a tool. So think of AI as not just a hammer, right? But start asking the question itself is, what am I trying to achieve? Because today, in the past, we have innovations, we have tools already, hammers, nails, and stuff like that. But AI today, in my opinion, it's a tool like a Swiss Army knife, right? It can be a multi-tool in certain work process itself. So stop thinking about just using AI to generate image. Stop thinking about just using AI to write content. No, it doesn't stop there itself. Start thinking about the whole work process, what you're trying to achieve, right? Rethink the approach. And then think about the process. Is it really broken, right? Don't try to use technology in a broken process. So try to fix a certain part of the process that has been broken before you automate it. All right? That's how you would actually use it. You can't use a tool to fix a certain process that fundamentally is broken. It's not going to happen, right? And then what really AI's benefit is today. I can openly share with you that today, whatever you guys are seeing on the slides is generated by AI. However, the contents and the brains behind these slides content comes from me. This slide openly was generated within 5 minutes. It only took 5 minutes of my time. Design, everything, context, everything. I've done nothing just to look through, find around, edit. Is it according to what the talk is relevant and the contents that I have in terms of idea? So AI can do things faster, right? Can it do it better? Not necessarily all the time. Is it going to be cheaper? Depends on what you're doing, because consuming of AI tokens can be quite expensive itself. So don't use AI for the sake that a trend is coming up. Everybody's using AI. I'm going to use AI. From a business perspective, again, you need to do your own judgment to see if this quality is better. Is it faster? Is it cheaper? Be more pragmatic in the approach itself rather than, oh, everybody's doing AI, I've got to adopt it, right? Lastly, we talk about green IT, right? It's not just about the hardware itself, right? Some of the international technology use itself, it's, in green IT, you guys are having IoTs to reduce waste, smarter decisions, technology for people, right? What I see and what I feel AI is going to change in this perspective itself, it's going to take away a lot of manual work. Manual behind the desk work. Let me give you an example itself. Today, there are waste coming in. It's a very big word, waste. How do we quantify the waste? What's recyclable and not non-recyclable? Can we further break down between plastics and paper and stuff like that? How are we able to create sensors to tell the AI what to work on for first and operate first? This is where AI can be coming into the workflow process to make smarter decisions with the maximum output, right? Humans are still going to be involved in the initial phase, which is you can have an AI co-pilot, which is mirroring your work and trying to understand the logics of why you actually make this decision as compared to the other one. Once that is done, you fine-tune it, pretty much moving forward itself, the AI is going to replicate your typical thinking process and you would have time to do something else. So that's what is going to happen. And I foresee that AI's application within the green IT industry itself. So I'm going to run this summary real short itself. It's today, all the students out there in the market itself, stop having the phobia of AI. AI is going to change some job again. Rethink about what humans can be involved and value add that AI cannot do. And these are the summaries. AI cannot do critical thinking. AI don't have your domain expertise and experience, right? It lacks of judgment. And tools are keep changing itself. So understand as a human itself where we stand as compared to AI. It is the similar situations back in the days before we have computers. Similar. Everybody think computer is going to replace all jobs, blah, blah, blah. But it actually created more jobs. So have that kind of mentality, and I strongly encourage everybody to start really using AI to understand the limitations. By understanding the limitations, that's where you can actually move forward itself. So, summary, 3 things today to start, which I want you guys to take away. Start off with a small project, even your personal project, trying to identify one outcome. Example itself, I am a very disorganized person. Can I get AI to look at my calendars to organize my workflow before I go to school and give me some form of format to plan my timing to deliver my final year project? That could be just one small project. Get AI to do that. Think about outcome first, right? Pick 1 or 3 tools out in market, Gemini, Claude, OpenAI, and try to think about how you use this AI to actually help you to get the outcome itself. Very soon, you would really realize the potential of the gap and notice the gap and how it actually value adds to you, right? And through the process itself, you also realize what are the things that AI can't do well. So that's what I sort of kind of want to end today. Last thing, you know, the question is never about AI is smarter than you. It's whether you're smart enough to use AI. So be the human in the loop today to start using technologies such as artificial intelligence to help your work rather than trying to refrain that I'm totally against AI generated image and blah, blah, blah. That's all I have for you guys today. I'll welcome any questions and I'm happy to take some questions and answer.
Okay. Thank you. So for such useful materials, from Mr. Larry presentation, we can conclude that to stay relevant in rapid and accelerating AI development, it's necessary to build a mindset on how human competency is sufficient to employ AI. And these competencies can be built by thinking critically, increasing domain and prompt literacy, and then also completed by awareness of ethics in using AI itself, and also continuously adapting to the new tools. So now we open a discussion session. Yeah. Should you have any question, please drop your question in the chat box, or you can also raise your hands if you want to directly speak. Okay. Okay, it seems we got one question. Okay. The first question, okay, I will read that question. Okay. Okay. Oh, in your OAR framework, okay, you emphasize the redesigning our approach, OAR framework approach. Before bringing in AI tools, how can we convince teams or management to take time to rethink their approach first when everyone just wants to fast results with AI?
So,
Okay, maybe
yes. So let me repeat the question itself is, let me get. So the OAR framework itself, I emphasize redesigning our approach before bringing AI tools, right? So what the problem we face today in the world itself is people are operating ChatGPT like how they operate on search, right? Find me this and stuff like that, and then generate results. No. The way AI works the best itself is you setting a guardrail of approach. Why is the approach very important itself? Let me give a context to this itself. Today, I want to make the best nasi goreng, in Asia, right? You start thinking about the process of creating the nasi goreng, right? The recipe itself is first cook the rice, put it overnight, keep it in the fridge, and then the next step itself prepare bawang putih, and then prepare some salt, garam, and stuff like that, right? So AI do not have that kind of framework and approach because, again, when we talk about recipes, many people have different approach of cooking the nasi goreng, right? So what you need to really think about is your outcome. Your outcome is actually trying to make nasi goreng, but to achieve that recipe, there are always 1,001 approaches in that. What is the recipe and steps that you actually do to create the same kind of quality of nasi goreng of expectation, if that makes sense, right? Because what AI has today itself is the data that is populated from the international way of cooking fried rice, right? The people in England is going to cook fried rice a very different way from the people in Indonesia. And then we will say that, okay, Gordon Ramsay style and international style of cooking fried rice sucks. It doesn't meet Indonesian standards. That is the reason why you actually create the OAR framework, right? What's your outcome? Really be very, very specific. I want to create a nasi goreng that tastes like my mom, right? The next thing you typically would do is to ask your mom, what's the recipe and steps to get there to your nasi goreng standard? They will share. I use this versus that, I use that versus that. So you write down the kind of steps and approach, right? And then you test it out, the result itself. So when you don't give a specific approach, AI is always going to generate for you a very generic result. Does that make sense? But when you have the steps to achieve and you understand the steps to get to the results very specifically, AI is going to always be consistent to generate similar kind of results. I hope that answers the question. From the audience.
Right. Thank you so much for your answer. Maybe we can move to the next question. Okay, the second question is from Mrs. Raisi. Okay. How can educators assess students' work in the AI era while ensuring that it genuinely reflects the students' own abilities and critical thinking? Okay, oh, she is the lecturer. Okay.
In
Question
my
from
opinion,
lecturers.
so I'm not really an educator, so that's the first thing first. However, what I strongly would recommend itself, it's as mentioned, coming back to the OAR approach, right? What humans need to actually learn is how to get to the outcome, the approach. It's the important one, right? Today, if you're actually throwing, just to give a bit of context itself, right? Taking the nasi goreng example that I gave earlier, right? Go into ChatGPT and generate me a nasi goreng recipe, right? It's going to show you something very, very generic. What you actually want to see, it's the process of how your students refine. All right, that is the most critical part, right? AI, it's a tool, but I would strongly suggest educators to take it as a very scientific kind of test approach. What I mean by scientific test itself is, today we go into a science lab, we want to test whether this particular substance liquid, is it an acid or alkaline? We run a certain test, which the world call litmus test, right? So it is important for us as educators to equip students with the tools and guide them how they further improve their output. When they actually look forward to further improve their output, they would start to rethink the element, which is the A approach, right? Maybe they'll add one more steps and be very, very defined, where the recipe to create a nasi goreng, again, after the first output, they're not happy about it. It's the iteration and what the students is thinking that the AI is lacking in terms of details to make it even better, if that makes sense, right? So early on, I shared with you, again, my presentation slides, it's 100% generated by AI, but this wasn't the first version, right? It will throw you back a certain version that you don't feel that is good. So how do I refine it, and what do you think, what as a human you see that AI is lacking in terms of context, and what do you do to improve from that? That is more relevant and that's more important, in my opinion, to actually develop student skills in understanding it. That's one way of it. The second way of it itself is, I would strongly suggest students to run tests to understand the limitations of AI. I repeat again, right? Everybody loves shortcut, fast, speed, right? Try running this simple test of downloading your bank statements and running it through the AI, and I tell the AI to generate the Excel format so that you can plan your financial sheet. You would actually notice there will be a limitations of the AI itself, where certain lines, they don't read it properly, the OCR technology is not good enough. So by understanding the limitations of also AI itself, then as a human, you would know what kind of task AI is better than humans, and faster than humans, what kind of tasks you still need human intervention to actually double check, to run through and eyeball the results itself. I hope that answers your question.
All right, thank you for the answer. And then it seems we have got more one question, and this is the last question from Naftali Dewi Afnan Putri. Okay, it's from students. Okay. Thank you for your presentation, sir. I have one question. You mentioned that AI can make work cheaper. Okay. In your opinion, could AI also reduce job opportunities for some people? If so, how should we deal with that? Okay, this is what I said in the beginning, yeah, of the conference. Yeah, this is one of the us, yeah, maybe concerned about the AI itself. Okay, what do you think?
So in my opinion, I think it's both ways itself. To answer to that itself, it's yes, AI could make work cheaper, definitely, right? And faster, definitely. In my opinion itself, could AI reduce job opportunities? My strong belief itself, I don't think AI would reduce job opportunities. My strong belief is AI would recreate new jobs. So let me give an example to that, right? So in the past, companies used to hire account receivable person to collect money and accounts payable person to collect payment, right? That will be replaced by AI because the job is quite simple. Or maybe data entry jobs, right? In the past itself, you used to hire people to do just data entry and compile data, right? That will be replaced by AI. But what is going to be interesting itself is the opportunity right now for these people who used to do accounts receivable and dedicated people who do accounts receivable and accounts payable to be the CFO, right? Because right now, the human is sitting on top and you have AI agents running both directions itself and they compile results for you. Certain decisions in business is not as simple as a hard A or B answers in economics, right? In businesses, there are always what we call trade-off and best decision at the best situation at the best time. So today we learn in business school itself, it's we always take the perfect conditions, right? Without considering of the timing and the conditions of the market and stuff like that. So we still need humans be sitting there to make the decision and thinking, if that sort of kind of makes sense. But what AI is going to give you is going to be giving you a lot more clarity to the business. Reports that used to, just to give an example itself, in school, report cards used to take 2 weeks or 3 weeks to mark and generate the results. It's going to be shortened down to probably 2 days in future, right? So what is all these educators and teachers are going to do? Rather than just busy marking itself, they can spend a little bit more time. Like, I see there's a bit of potential that although this student is not doing well in this subject, it's very strong here. So I can start to think about how can I guide this student towards this career progression as compared to wasting time just doing scoring. I hope that answers your question in that sense itself. Now, how do we do that itself is, again, start asking the questions that what part of the workflow can be automated, and will AI do it much better than humans? So data entry job itself, there is always going to be human error. The person type an additional A, the person type an additional 7, or even accounting, the person type an additional 0, right? Now, these are the jobs that computers are going to do it much better than you because the chances of human error is lesser, right? So these are the jobs that it's going to be replaced straight away, like, because you look at the integrity of the data itself versus humans versus a computer itself, computers are going to do it much better, right? So think about that itself. You would clearly identify things that AI is going to do better than humans itself. But there are certain things, like, for example, today we talk about green technology itself. You can fit the AI is only as smart as the amount of data that you feed into them, if that makes sense. So today, if you're doing a site visit and you're trying to assess the waste management in this area itself, they don't have things like sense of smell, right? They might have a sense of sight because of CCTV, but they don't have other elements where human have, which is sense of smell, sense of intuition. I'm looking at the weather and stuff like that. So unless all these sensors start to being commercialized, they would have the different sensors that human have, right? To this point itself is still limited at the wave of maybe what the sensors of sight and the sensors of estimation itself. So again, these are the jobs that humans still need to be involved. You're still sending site people to actually do surveys on actual site itself, because what they write in a report is only one version or one perspective of the whole situation. I hope that answers your question.
Right, thanks, for the answer. It seems we have 3 more questions, but unfortunately, yeah, we have very limited times. Yeah, so I think your topic is very interesting, especially for the students. Yeah, because this is very related for them right now. So, for the other question, maybe Mr. Larry will reply one by one in the chat box. Or if you guys have more a question, maybe you can reach him by email. Is it all right?
Yeah, you guys can find me on LinkedIn, Larry Chua. I don't think there's a lot of Larry Chua out there in market. If not, just write into me, larry@blink.id itself. Happy to answer your questions, and I hope I have been helpful and shared a bit of perspective. I'll try to reply to some of the chat questions there. I think a lot of people are very concerned about this topic also. So, yep, definitely do that.
Okay. Yes. So from Mr. Larry presentation, I highlight the interesting things. Yeah, I like your statement that the question is never whether the AI is smarter than you, it's whether you are smart enough to use AI. Yeah, it's very relevant. Okay, I think it's not AI that control us, but we human that control AI itself. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Larry, for your insightful materials. But now we going to move to the second speakers. Yeah, we have heard the presentation from IT field. Now we are going to hear from the health science perspective. Now, this topic will be presented by Dr. Felis Mariam Z. San Juan. She will share specifically about the green healthcare solution for social challenge. Yeah, but before, let me read her profile first. All right, Dr. Felis Marian Zizan San Juan is a healthcare leader, clinical psychologist, educator, and internationalization leader with over 15 years of experience. She holds Master of Arts in Psychology from Lyceum of the Philippines University, and then pursue his Doctor of Philosophy in Clinical Psychology from the University of Santo Tomas, and then she also got a Doctor of Medicine from Pamantusan Lungsod, Manila. She currently serves as the Chief Internationalization and Strategic Communication Officer at Gulias College of Medicine, also Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences and Psychology Department, head at First City Providential College. And she is also a founder and clinical psychologist of San Juan Psychological Clinic. All right, Dr. Palis, you have 30 minutes for presenting and then followed by Q&A session for approximately 10 minutes. The screen is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for the kind introduction. I think my PowerPoint has been sent to the operator for projection. Anytime you're ready, you can actually project it. Mine would be the green healthcare presentation, please. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Palis, your presentation already on the screen. Okay.
That would not be my presentation. Mine is the green healthcare, the one sent via WhatsApp.
Or oh, all right. There is a new PPT. All right. Okay, let me check this. A moment, please.
Mhm. Thank you. Okay, perfect. Thanks so much. Yeah. Okay, so good morning once again, distinguished delegates, colleagues, innovators, and friends. It's both an honor and a privilege to represent Gulyas College of Medicine and, of course, the Philippines at this International Innovation Technology Expo. Today, my topic is going to be green healthcare solutions for social challenges. And today, I would like to invite you to imagine healthcare differently. I'd like for you to imagine hospitals that heal patients while protecting the environment. I'd like for you to imagine physicians who prescribe not only medicines, but healthier communities. And lastly, I'd like for you to imagine medical schools producing graduates who are not only clinically competent, but also environmentally responsible, technologically adaptive, and socially responsive, because that is the future of green healthcare. Next slide, please. Thank you. So, regardless of whether we come from Asia, Europe, Africa, or the Americas, our healthcare systems are confronting remarkably similar challenges. As you can see on my screen, these are common storms that we are facing as countries. Populations are aging, chronic diseases are continuing to rise, mental health concerns are increasing across all age groups. Healthcare costs are escalating, and climate change is reshaping the conditions in which people live and stay healthy. So, at the same time, healthcare itself contributes significantly to greenhouse gas emissions through energy-intensive facilities, waste generation in the hospitals, transportations, and even resource consumption. So, this creates a profound paradox. No, so the sector, which is the hospital or the healthcare sector, which is entrusted to be protecting health, must also transform to protect the planet that sustains health. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the challenge is for us to define what green healthcare really means. No, green healthcare is often misunderstood as simply reducing plastic waste or conserving electricity. While these are all important, green healthcare is far more comprehensive. It is more than just that. So it integrates environmental sustainability, equitable healthcare delivery, technological innovation, and even resilient health systems. Green healthcare asks a different question. How do we improve health outcomes while preserving the resources that future generations will depend upon? It is not only an environmental strategy, it is a human strategy. Next slide. So we often think that healthcare begins inside hospitals. That's actually a little too late. In reality, healthcare begins much earlier. It begins with cleaner air, safe water, nutritious food, stable climates, and healthy ecosystems. Every case of asthma aggravated by air pollution, every heat-related illness, every disease outbreak linked to environmental change reminds us that human health is inseparable from planetary health. When we protect ecosystems, we also protect lives. Next slide. I'd like to highlight, of course, how green healthcare aligns closely with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So we have the SDGs 3, 11. We also have SDG 13 and SGD 17. Okay. SDG 3 reminds us to ensure healthy lives and promote well being for all. SDG 11 encourages sustainable and resilient communities. SDG 13 calls us to take urgent climate action, and SDG 17 reminds us that none of these goals can be achieved in isolation. So, collaboration across countries, institutions, and disciplines, just like what we're doing today in this innovation technology Congress is very essential. Next slide. So zeroing in on the Philippines, which is the country that I represent, okay, we offer valuable lessons in green healthcare. We are an archipelago of more than 7,600 islands. And because of that, healthcare accessibility has always required innovation. We regularly face typhoons, flooding, and other climate-related disasters. Yet these challenges have cultivated resilience among us. Our experience demonstrates that innovation does not always require sophisticated technology. Sometimes innovation begins with empowered communities, committed healthcare workers, and strong partnerships. The Philippines is not simply adapting to global change, we are helping shape solutions. Next slide. And so thus, I will discuss 5 of the solutions or green healthcare solutions that I propose no, in this presentation, having been in the healthcare leadership in the healthcare platform for close to 2 decades now. So green healthcare solution number 1 would be, of course, prevention is always better than treatment. Prevention before treatment. So the greenest healthcare intervention is often the one that never becomes necessary. Prevention reduces hospital admissions, medical waste, healthcare costs, and environmental impact. In the Philippines, we have this what we call barangay health workers. Barangay is loosely translated to village, meaning we have health workers per small village, and we consider them to be among our greatest strengths in terms of healthcare. So at their level, which is what we consider to be the grassroots, at their level, they can psychoeducate individuals how to better take care of their health. At their level, they can also catch early diagnosis. At their level, they can provide physical examination, history taking, and they can do some minor procedures. So that demonstrates that community engagement, more than anything, okay, can remain to be one of the most powerful forms of healthcare innovation, and they contribute towards prevention before treatment. The second green healthcare solution is in the next slide, and that would be about climate resilient hospitals. Okay. Climate change requires hospitals that continue functioning during disasters. Green hospitals integrate renewable energy, efficient infrastructure, sustainable waste management, and emergency preparedness. Perhaps you have heard about how several countries in the past um, would face, like, let's say, natural calamities, and it was difficult for them to manage those who are in the ICU, those who are in the pediatric ICU. Some nurses in the middle of an earthquake would have to stay back to be with the kids, to be with the babies in the NICU, because the hospital is not infrastructure ready, you know. So that is one of the more realistic problems or issues that we face right now. Okay, so if we are able, or if green hospitals are able to integrate renewable energy, efficient infrastructure, sustainable waste management, and even emergency preparedness altogether, these investments are not going to be merely environmental. This can save lives in the long run. Okay, so the third solution would be in the next slide, and this is something that we had seen the importance of, especially during the pandemic, and this would be digital health. Innovation is not measured by how advanced the technology is, it's about the functionality. Okay? Innovation is measured by how many lives it improves. We have seen telemedicine. We had Sir Larry here talking about AI. There is also AI now in medicine. We had heard about electronic health records. We had heard about digital health. So telemedicine in particular, it can connect specialists with remote communities. So this then promotes prevention before treatment, which is our green healthcare solution number 1. telemedicine can avoid the use of more resources because the patient now wouldn't have to travel. There wouldn't be a need for enough transportation just to meet the specialist at their homes. Just by using a gadget, using the internet, they can already connect. Okay, there will be yet less use of diesel, gasoline, just so they could travel from one place to the clinic or the hospital. We also have under digital health artificial intelligence in medicine, which can support earlier diagnosis. Actually, in GCM alone, in medical education, in our provision of medical education in GCM, we also practice, AI already. We encourage the use of virtual technology in teaching, no, in the classroom. For example, we would have some lecturers coming from the UK or coming from India to reduce the use of resources from having to transport them from those countries to the Philippines. We make use of virtual technology so that they can relay the information, relay the learnings, even from several thousand miles away. Apart from that, we have what we call the anatomage. I could show you the videos later. The anatomage is something like a digital cadaver. While we have an abundance of cadavers in GCM, which is more than the ratio required by the Commission on Higher Education, we find it very efficient and convenient that we have the digital cadaver as well. This is quite like a large tablet, which shows a digital cadaver which you can cut, dissect, okay, and flip over so that you can study more about the anatomy of the human person. And the file there that you will see, I mean, the digital cadaver there is almost exactly, similar. This is like 99.9% similar to the human anatomy. So this gives our students the chance to, like make mistakes while they're still learning, to save on costs because now they don't have to cut the traditional cadaver. Okay. And to even collaborate with their peers while they're doing the homework. Okay, so besides AI, we also value under digital health the electronic health records, no, in hospitals and even in clinics. Electronic health records can secure the confidentiality of the patients also, and it can improve the continuity of care. Because, say, for example, I have a patient and now I will have to be on leave, it will be easier for me to endorse to the next substitute doctor, okay, this file because everything is already on record. Nothing will be missed. No medication will be missed. No history of the patient can be missed because everything will be on file. Okay. So with that said, I can say that, with solution number 3, digital health, it makes healthcare more equitable and more sustainable. So now let's move on to green healthcare solution number 4 in the next slide, please. So that would be mental health needs, green spaces. So I'm more an advocate of this being from the psych field myself. Okay, I'm a psych major through and through. And I think one of the things that we forget, before we subscribe directly to medications is the importance of nature, in reducing stress, anxiety, depression, and even burnout. Mental health is one of today's greatest social challenges, and green spaces are often the ones that we forget, that they're not just luxuries. They're actually evidence-based healthcare interventions. If we could take a break, even for a day in a week, and just enjoy nature, just be, let's say, by the beach. Indonesia has a lot of very good beaches. Southeast Asia actually boasts of a lot of wonderful natural gifts, no? And if we could just maximize their use for our mental health and our physical health altogether, we could see that, a lot of these conditions can actually be alleviated naturally. without having to subscribe to medications right away. And as we know, even though I'm coming from the medical field, and I represent a medical college here, medications will always have side effects later on. One way or another, it has got to manifest. Okay. So the next green healthcare solution in the next slide, please, would be educating future physicians. And this is what we do at Gulyas College of Medicine. No greener healthcare solution can top this, no? Because we believe tomorrow's physicians require competencies beyond clinical excellence. Our future physicians must understand sustainability, environmental health, digital healthcare, disaster resilience, public health, and interdisciplinary collaboration early on. How can we expect a specialist to be practicing green healthcare, no, and to be looking at green healthcare solutions if we don't start them young? So as early as when they start with their medical education, we make sure that the message is clear. Medical education itself must become green. If we are to expect green healthcare, medical education itself must become green. So moving forward, just to further establish in the next slide, at Gulyas College of Medicine, we build future leaders. Next slide, please. Thank you. Thank you. So at GCM, or Gulyas College of Medicine, we aspire to produce physicians who do more than diagnose diseases. We seek to develop leaders who improve communities, embrace innovation, advocate for sustainability, and also respond compassionately to emerging health challenges. Our classrooms, which you would see later on, extend beyond lecture halls into communities. Okay, we go out and we bring our students outside for medical mission. We need them to touch the grass. We need them to touch the public. Okay, and this is where the students witness firsthand how social and environmental conditions shape health outcomes. This is the reason why we don't just produce robotic medical graduates. We produce graduates who have the heart, no, to reach out to the needy, even to the indigents. This point, if I may ask for you to play the first video, which would be the O5 GCM AVP, that would be fantastic.
Every great institution has a heartbeat. Ours began decades ago, driven by passion, purpose, and promise.
Sorry, I think we may need
We
to
paused,
pull out the PPT first and then show the video. Thank you.
reflected, and every great institution has a heartbeat. Ours began decades ago, driven by passion, purpose, and promise. We paused, we reflected, and we chose to evolve. Today, Gulyas College of Medicine is reimagined, re-engineered, reborn.
GCM gave me my foundation. Now it's giving the future a head start. We don't just teach medicine, we inspire innovation.
That would be the
Our heart
anatomage.
is stronger because of our people, the minds, the mission, the medicine.
Being here gave me more than education. It gave me purpose.
Makita nimo nga nagtrabaho sila. Pero makita sa nimo kung giunsa nila pag-amuma ang mga pasyente.
This is more than a rebirth. It's a revolution in global medical education. Be part of it.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll try to play the next video if that is fine. I'll share sound.
Halo, perkenalkan nama saya Fitri, saya mahasiswa kedokteran di Gulyas College of Medicine. Saat ini saya sudah selesai tahun 3 dan sekarang bersiap untuk masuk tahun 4 dan yaitu clerkship. Dan di dalam clerkship biasanya kami ada pengalaman di rumah sakit gitu. Gulyas College of Medicine juga punya fasilitas yang lengkap, ada juga fasilitas kami memiliki lab biokimia, mikrobiologi, dan histologi, dan berbagai spesimen yang membantu kami memahami materi dengan lebih jelas. Untuk anatomi tersedia lab anatomi dengan kadaver serta anatomage sehingga pembelajaran anatomi jadi lebih interaktif. Kami juga ada perpustakaan 24 jam dibuka ya untuk mahasiswa dan mahasiswa boleh juga beristirahat di sini dan boleh juga belajar sampai malam. Selain itu, semua ujian di kampus kami sudah jadi paperless supaya proses ujian lebih praktis, modern, dan efisien. Secara keseluruhan, belajar di Gulyas College of Medicine terasa aman, nyaman, dan terstruktur karena dilengkapi dengan fasilitas supaya mahasiswa boleh mempersiapkan untuk dunia klinis. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you so much, dear operator, for playing the two videos. So you just saw the facilities and the rest of the infrastructure that we have in GCM that we seek to be promoting green healthcare. You also saw Fitri, one of our Indonesian students coming from Bandung, who is now studying in GCM. So she's part of the future healthcare leader who we are trying to build and develop in GCM. Okay, so I think the videos alone can give you a glimpse of how we aspire to develop leaders, to improve communities, embrace innovation, advocate for sustainability, and also to respond compassionately to emerging health challenges. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. Part also of what we advocate or what we initiate at GCM would be research, being an innovation. Research should never be just on plain paper, should never remain confined to journals. In reality, it should solve problems, influence policy, and improve lives. So, as educators in GCM, we have the responsibility to encourage research that addresses the realities of our communities while contributing to global knowledge. And here are some of the initiatives that we have: climate resilient health systems, digital health innovations, community mental health, indigenous medicinal plants, disaster medicine, and public health intervention. So all this would subscribe and promote green healthcare, and also to address several other social challenges. Next slide, please. We also cannot discount, in promoting green healthcare, the importance of partnerships. The partnerships among university, government, industry, community, and even global international partnerships. Sustainable healthcare cannot be achieved by one institution alone. It requires collaboration across disciplines, sectors, and nations. So the spirit of partnership embodied in this conference is exactly what will drive meaningful innovation. Here are some pictures of our previous trip to Indonesia itself. When we visited, I think this was in Duta Bangsa itself, when we met the chairman and the rest of the members of the Private Schools Association. We met the officers, the administrators of Indonesia, and of course, other partners that we maintain and sustain across Asia and the Pacific, Africa, Europe, and other parts of the world. Why partnership is important is because no one institution can stand alone in promoting green healthcare and in trying to solve social challenges. Okay, so we have to partner up, figure out where we are similar in and where we are different at, and build based on our strengths. Okay, next slide, please. So in summary, this is the roadmap for green healthcare. If we would like to address several social challenges, these are the 7 priorities that would provide a practical roadmap for institutions seeking to integrate sustainability into healthcare. One is green medical education. So we start young. We start from the beginning, no? As early as medical education itself. We have to promote green healthcare. Next is the provision of sustainable hospitals, digital health, community prevention, climate resilience, of course, the promotion of research and innovation, and the fostering of global collaboration. Because we may have diseases in the Philippines that may not be present in Indonesia and vice versa, or we may have diseases in the Philippines that may not be known in other parts of the world, in the same way that we have global diseases, just like the COVID that, altogether we faced several years ago. So based from that, we can find a common ground and find a common solution. So these 7 points here are interconnected and mutually reinforcing. Progress in one area only strengthens the others, creating a resilient and future-ready health system. So if you build on, let's say, bullet 1, it can only further help the rest of the bullets here and vice versa. Okay. So I'm down to my last, I think, 3 slides. Next slide, please. So the physician of the future, I think the reminder here would be that he or she will have to wear many hats. Physicians are known to be 5-star, no? They can be clinicians, they can be educators, they can be researchers, they can be community health leaders. So that is the same message here, no? We can wear many hats. Clinical excellence will always matter, of course. That's what we sign up for in becoming doctors, but it will no longer be enough. Tomorrow's healthcare leaders must also be innovators, educators, advocates, and stewards of both human and planetary health. We can be clinicians, innovators, environmental stewards, community leaders, and even global collaborators. Okay? So in ending, in the next slide, the future of healthcare will not be defined not by only the technologies that we invent, but by the communities that we empower, the environments we protect, and the partnerships we build. So as we innovate, let us remember that every healthcare decision has environmental, social, and economic consequences. Green healthcare is not merely about reducing emissions or managing waste. It is about creating healthier people, stronger communities, and a more sustainable future for all. Okay, so last slide, please. Thank you so much for having me. Terima kasih, and in Tagalog, in Filipino, maraming salamat po. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Felis, for presenting. So from Dr. Felis' presentation, yeah, we can conclude that green healthcare is actually more than sustainable hospital because it should integrating some aspects like environment and then health, technology, and community. And there are 5 possible practical solutions, yeah, for the green healthcare itself. The first is prevention before treatment. And then the second one is the hospital should be climate resilience. And then the third is the aspect of digital health. The fourth is mental health needs. Mental health needs a green spaces. So it's mean the more green spaces for the mental health issue. And then the last one is the importance of the education, yeah, for future physicians. Okay, so it's actually the green healthcare has a broad roadmap, yeah, because like in your slides, yeah, it's you said that to achieve the green healthcare, there are some points, yeah, in the roadmap itself. The first one is green medical education, of course, and then sustainable hospital, digital health, community prevention, climate resilience, yeah, and then research and innovation, and the last one is global collaborations. Okay. So we opened a discussion session. Yeah, we limit for three question. Yeah, should you have any question, please write down on the chat box. Okay, please.
Hello, Miss.
Okay. I think
Uh,
we have okay. We have one question. Okay, from
hello, hello, Miss.
okay maybe
I am from Indonesian. I
okay
have
maybe
any
you can
question.
mention your name. Okay, your name and
Oh,
then your institution. Your
oh
institution
yes.
or you are or
Sorry.
okay.
My name is Ivan Dias Farhan. I am from Polytechnic Indonesia. I have a question. It is possible for me to continue my studies at GULAS College of Medicine later. Also, are there any scholarship program that I could apply for? Thank you, Miss.
Okay, okay, that's our student. Okay, what's your major or study program?
TLM, Teknologi Laboratorium Medis.
Okay, so Dr. Felix, in our institution, we have a medical laboratory technology study program. So I think he is interested in to study in Julius College of Medicine because maybe because of the video. Yeah, there is a Indonesian students who study there.
Okay, wonderful. If I may take this opportunity, Miss Edina and the rest of the admin of the conference. Yes, definitely. We actually accept transferees and even fresh graduates. We can accept those who have completed their senior high schools already, or those who have finished their bachelor's degrees in Indonesia. They are both welcome to study in the Philippines at GCM and to join FITRI, whose video you have seen a while ago. We accept whatever bachelor's degrees they have finished. It may be medical technology, just like what you said, or even education, even psychology, even art, actually, for as long as you have finished the bachelor's degree. For more information, I can drop my email address in the group chat, in the chat box, so we can continue to connect if that is okay, Ivan Diaz.
Okay, thank you, Miss.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you so much. And the next question, okay, I think it's from student also. Okay, from Alvia. You explained that waste can become a valuable resource through innovation and collaboration. In your opinion, what is the biggest challenge in implementing the waste to wealth concept in developing countries like Indonesia, and how can university help overcome this challenge?
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge, thank you for the question. I think the biggest challenge is not technology or the lack thereof. For me, the biggest challenge coming from psych would always be changing the behavior of the participants or of the people, you know. sometimes they are not yet ready to accommodate changes in policy or, changes in terms of behaviors. I think another challenge also is building a strong collaboration among government, industry, universities, and communities, because sometimes only one institution can be championing it and then the rest is not. So for us to change behavior, it's always dependent on the consistency. If we practice at home, we practice at school, we can further make sure that the behavior can change. But if we only practice in one aspect, in one area, then we cannot expect for the behavior to propagate. Okay. So without proper waste segregation and coordinated efforts, waste to wealth initiatives are difficult to sustain. That is why we need to engage several other institutions, just like what I mentioned, the universities, the houses, the communities, the industries, among others. I think your next question is about how universities can help. I think universities can help in two ways. Number one is to further psychoeducate the institutions about the importance. Again, we start from the beginning. It's always easier to educate the youth than to wait for them to grow older before starting to educate them. Okay, and then the next one is universities can help by conducting practical research. I think the greatest contribution of universities would be research and innovation now. And this can be innovations done by students altogether or students and faculty altogether. Okay, so by doing so, we can influence policy making, and we can find out if our hypothesis can actually be true, so that we can further apply it in reality or in the real world. I hope I answered the question.
Okay, thank you so much for your answer. And we move to the third question. Okay, I think it is also from students. I would like to ask question. What is your hope or message to encourage everyone to act together relate on this topic about the green
Okay.
healthcare?
Okay. I think it's easier to like cage the topic, thinking that it's just meant for those who are in healthcare alone, or maybe for those who are engaged in medicine alone. But if we try to look at it as something that all of us own, because all of us would have health first and foremost. We are here because we are healthy. Okay. If all of us would be open to the fact that healthcare is actually owned by every single one of us here, then I think it would be easier to promote for green healthcare in order to address the social challenges that we had identified. So I think the message here is that no matter what background you're working on, whether you be a teacher, whether you be an engineer, a musician, or an artist, you have health. And so we have a stake in healthcare. We have a say in what happens to it, and we can always influence it so that we can promote a healthier community and we can have healthier lives.
Thank you for your answer. Okay, because we have still more time, is it okay to go with more questions? I think we have two more questions. Yeah, because we our participants are mostly maybe from the health science
Oh,
study
yes,
program.
yes,
Okay.
please.
Yes, we also invite our fellow university, and they also have health science study program or a department related to this topic. Okay, so the next
Definitely.
question. Yeah, the next question is from Putri Sherina. Which future skill do you think is the most important for young entrepreneurs to successfully implement the waste to wealth concept, and why?
I think more than anything, more than talent, more than intelligence, it will be consistency in behavior. Okay? Because doing it just today would not get you anywhere. But doing it today and doing it again tomorrow, the next day, that's when we can actually find real progress. So for me, the greatest skill that you need in order to facilitate and ensure the success of any project, that would be consistency in behavior.
All right, and finally, the last question from Amelia. How can we balance improving the quality of healthcare services while also promoting environmental sustainability?
Okay. I think that's actually the dilemma that we go through right now, like how do we ensure that we are spending but not so much spending? How do we ensure that the services are being used without actually over abusing? I think the thing is to maintain the balance, okay, setting up quotas. What are or up to what extent can we use the resources? How much should we consume? Okay, and if we see that we're nearing the quota, then what are the things, the contingency plans that we can do so that we don't overextend and we don't destroy the balance? So yeah, for me, setting up measurable targets, okay, in terms of the achievables and even in terms of the use of resources, that would be very helpful so that we can ensure that the balance is not disturbed. So I think that's how you can ensure that the services are ongoing while we are also promoting environmental sustainability. And if you would go back to the proposals, the solutions a while ago, there are many solutions there, like 1 to 5, that you can already do right now and that you can already implement without having to put the environment at stake. So like the digital health, that's very much doable now. It's something that we have started and we can continue doing so. Okay, so those are 5 solutions that we can already observe and continue to do so that we can observe the balance that the student was asking.
All right, thank you so much for your answer. Okay, it seems in the chat box we have so many more questions, yeah, but I'm so sorry. Yeah, unfortunately, we have very limited time. So maybe another question will be answered by Dr. Palis by chat box if you
Sure,
have
Miss Edina.
time.
Not a
Okay.
problem. I'll attend to them in the chat box. Thank you
Yeah.
very much for your time.
Yeah. Yeah, or maybe in the next time we can invite you to come to our campus. You come to Indonesia again
Yes,
one day.
definitely. That would be my 5th time coming over. It's always nice to visit Indonesia. Of course, of course. Yeah.
So, all right, Dr. Palis, thank you so much for your answer and your insightful materials, especially for our students. And now we are moving to the next presenter. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, the green industry provides a foundation for sustainable innovation by integrating environmental responsibility, resource efficiency, and circular economy principles to create solutions that benefit both society and future generations. This topic will be presented by Ms. Indrisri Narwati, Magister Management from Polytechnic Indonesia Surakarta. Okay, but before I'm going to read her profile first. Okay, so Miss Indri actually is a junior lecturer, okay, the young lecturer in Polytechnic Indonesia Surakarta. She holds her education in Master of Management in 11 Maret University, Surakarta. And now she is the secretary of Business and Management Study Program in Polytechnic Indonesia Surakarta, and also she is a business owners or business practitioners. All right, Ms. Indri, you have 30 minutes for presenting and then followed by Q&A session for approximately 10 minutes. And the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you for Miss Edina. Hello, everyone. How are you today? For participant in different countries, it's a great honor for me to be here today and share a perspective on how innovation, sustainability, and business transformation can work together to create a better future. Before we start, I would like to invite everyone to imagine one sample question. So like, what happens to a product after we finish using it? Like a plastic bottle, that we use for only a few minutes, a piece of clothing that is no longer fashionable, and an electronic device that becomes outdated after several years. Where do these products go? In many cases, they become waste. For many decades, our economic system has followed a system pattern. We take resources from nature, we produce a product, we consume that, and finally we dispose of them. This model, known as the linear economy, has contributed significantly to global economic growth, but it's a create industry, generate employ, and improve our quality of life. However, this success also creates new challenges. We are facing increasing waste generation, limited natural resources, environmental degradation, and rising product costs. Today, business are facing a new reality. For decades, the traditional model was simple, like take resources, make product, and dispose the waste. This approach is no longer again. This sustainable as we face environmental, social, and demographic challenges. The key question is no longer only how much we produce, but how wisely we use our limited resources. Through the green innovation and circular economic business and conform waste into value, create new markets, and develop future skills, we can build more sustainable continues. So today I would like to discuss and sharing about one important idea, as the future business is not only about creating more products, but about creating more value with fewer sources. And this is the journey from waste to wealth. Okay, please, next slide. Yeah, after that, we are entering new business era. After understanding the idea of transforming waste into value, we look at a bigger question. Why does business need to change? Today, we are entering a new business era, a new where companies can only focus on profit and production, but also need to respond to environmental, social, and demographic change. At the first, we face environmental challenges like climate change, limited natural resource, and increasing waste are creating pressure on industry. For many years, business follow a simple model. It's a take resource, make a product, and dispose of waste. But in this industry and now, this model is become difficult to maintain because resources are limited and environmental impacts are increasing. The second, social challenge. When economic growth must not only create profit, but also create opportunities for people. The technology and automation are changing the way we work. Some jobs are transforming, while new jobs are emerging. Therefore, future industry need people with new skills, especially skills related to technology, innovation, and sustainability. And the last, as a demographic change, are reshaping market and industry. An aging population creates new needs for healthcare and sustainable living solution. At the same time, younger generation are looking for meaningful work and responsible products. Customers, before exchanging people, are increasingly choose products that create positive impact. The three challenges are connected one-on-one, and they show that the traditional way of doing business is no longer enough. The future belongs to business that can create economic value while protecting the environment and empowering society. This is why we need a new approach like a circular economy. Next, please. Okay. In this slide, we look from linear economic to circular economic. For many years, industry follow a linear economic model, which follow a simple product process is a take, make, use, and dispose. But in this model, business in circular models, circular economics, business take resource from nature, transform them products, and after the products are used, they become waste. The approach has supported economic growth, but it also creates major challenge as resource depletion, increased waste, and environmental pressure. The main problem in linear economic as when products are thrown away, we also lose the value of the material inside them. But in circular economy, we make a product with life cycle life. With waste, circular economy keeps resource and value circulating. Product design it to last longer, to be reused, repair, and recycle. Material that were previously considered waste can return into the production system and create a new value. The biggest change is not only how we manage waste, but how we think about resource. In the linear economic, waste is the end of the product life cycle, but in the circular economic, waste become the beginning of a new business opportunity. This is why of thinking how create many innovative business that transform waste into valuable products, and we can use a circular economic to create a new business opportunity. Okay, next. Okay, now we see about 3R revolution is reduce, reuse, and recycle. Reduce waste means preventing waste before it happens. Business can achieve this by using fewer resources through minimal packaging, refill system, and energy efficiency products. The goal is not only reducing environmental impact, but also improving efficiency and creating economic value. And the concept of reuse as on extending product lifetime. Products away, business create opportunities to use them longer, like a rental model, second-hand marketplace, and repair service. This create new business model while reducing waste. And the last is recycle, which means transforming waste into a new resource. Material such as plastic, textile, and metal can be processed again and become valuable inputs for new products. The recycle waste is no longer seen as a problem, but is a new resource. With the 3R approach, teach us about sustainability is not only about creating more products, but about creating products that generate value with less waste. The biggest innovation is not producing more, but designing to be better. This principle has transformed many industries. One example can be seen in the fashion industry, where textile waste is being converted into innovation and sustainable products. Okay, next, please. Yeah. Now we look at the examples of how circular economic transform an industry like fashion. The fashion industry has grown rapidly, but it also creates a major challenge This is a textile waste. When textile waste come from leftover production materials, unsold production, and clothes that are no longer used. In the traditional model, these materials are considered waste and lost their value. But in circular economic, change this perspective by seeing waste as a new resource. Through innovation and technology, textile waste can be transformed into recycled materials and used to create new fashion products. And in this industry, requires new skills, including sustainable design, digital branding, and material innovation. Future professionals need to be combined creativity, technology, and sustainability. Beyond environmental benefits, sustainable fashion can empower local artisans and create new employment opportunities. The lesson from sustainable fashion is clear, like waste is not the end of the product's journey. With innovation, waste can become a source of creativity, business opportunity, and social impact. The same principle can be applied to another industry, like is food. Please, next. Yeah. Food waste make we new opportunity. Food waste is often considered a problem, but in circular economy again, change this perspective using waste as a value resource. For example, coffee waste that was previously discarded can be transformed into new product as a cosmetic ingredients and organic fertilizer. This creates value for materials that were previously considered useless. The key message is that waste reduction is not only about protecting the environment. It also creates business opportunities by reducing costs and generating new revenue streams. To circular economics, waste is no longer, but it's become the new beginning of a new value chains. Next, please. And the last examples like waste problem in bottle or plastic waste and electronic waste. These materials are often seen as environmental problem, but they also contain valuable resources that can be recovered. Plastic waste can be transformed into new valuable products, such as sustainable furniture and construction materials. The recycle and material innovation, plastic is no longer only waste, but becomes a new resource of raw materials. The supporting this in transformation, green industry need advanced technology such as AI sorting, automation, material science, and data management. These technologies allow business to recover resources more efficiently and create new opportunities in the green economic. The key message is that waste is not only a challenge to solve, but also a resource to recover. However, technology alone is not enough. Green transformation also requires people with new skill and capabilities. This brings us to the importance of. Okay, next. Okay, this is a model transformation canvas about different example of green innovation, we can see the circular economic is not only about creating sustainability products, but also about transforming the entire business model. Circular business require collaboration with ecosystem patterns, such as communities, technology providers, and recycle facilities to create value from waste. The value preparation also changes, where companies after not only products, but also solutions that address environmental challenges. At the same time, circular economic helps business to optimize resources by using recovered materials and create new revenue opportunities to sustainable market. Therefore, circular economic is not only sustainability approach, but a new way of doing business. Next, please. Yes. In a new industry, we must transform the skills. As industry transforms towards sustainability, the skills required from people must to evolve. Green transformation is not replacing human skills, but upgrading human capabilities. Traditional skills as production, waste management, product design, marketing, and engineering are transforming into a new competencies. Production is becoming sustainable production. Waste management is evolving into circular economic management. Product design is moving toward to eco-design. Marketing is become sustainability branding, and engineering is advancing to green technology. This transformation shows that the future of green industry depends not only on new technologies, but also on people who are ready to adapt, innovate, and create sustainable solutions. Therefore, preparing future generation with the right competencies becomes a key priority in building a sustainable economy. Next. Now we move toward a greener future. Universities play an important role as innovation economic ecosystems. They create knowledge, develop future green talents, and encourage entrepreneurship. Through research, university transform ideas into sustainable solutions that can be applied by industry. By collaborating with industry and community, this innovation can create broader social and environmental impact. Therefore, universities are not only prepare people for the future, but also helping to create a more sustainable future. Next, please. As we prepare for the future green industry, the role of young generation is become increasingly important. They are not only expected to become job seekers, but also solution creators who can turn environmental challenges into business opportunities. The future entrepreneur is not only focused on creating profit, but also on solving problems and creating positive change for society and the environment. Next slide, please. And now in ASEAN opportunity, we must collaboration for green growth. ASEAN has a unique opportunity to green growth by combining its natural resources, young population, and industrial capabilities. To overcome these barriers, we need three key elements: is innovation to create new solutions, education to develop future capabilities, and collaboration to connect countries, industry, university, and community. Through collective effort, ASEAN can transform environmental challenges into opportunities for sustainable economic growth. Okay, next. Yeah. Last for me, the success of future industry will not be measured only by what we produce, but by how wisely we use our resources. The future of green industry is in our hands. Together, through innovation, education, and collaboration, we can build a future where business growth and sustainability move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Indri, for your presentation. So from Ms. Indri presentation, we can conclude that previously, traditional business system relied heavily on extracting natural resources to produce physical goods, but often generating waste that was not recycled. Today, the world is shifting towards sustainable business practices by adopting a circular economy model where wastes are recycled and transformed into high value products. So now we open a discussion session. Yeah, so do you have any questions? Please drop your question in the chat box, or you can raise hand if you want to directly speak.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good afternoon,
So
Miss.
please introduce yourself and your institution or your study program. Okay, please.
Thank you for your presentation, Miss Indri. Let me introduce myself. My name is Teresa Elsa Arianti from Indonesia. Student TLM, Analis Laboratorium Medis.
Okay.
I have any question. How can university student efficient start small scale was will help Indian on campus, and what are the main challenges we might face in secure initial support or funding? Thank you, Miss.
Okay, okay, from medical laboratory, the student. Okay,
Yes.
so Miss, okay, you're going to answer now.
We can collect the question, and now and next I want to answer the questions.
Okay, okay, so we gather the next question. Okay, just drop your question in the chat box. Okay, so Ms. Indri, while we are waiting for the next question, maybe you can answer the first question first. Thank you.
Okay. Wait. I want to answer the question in chat box, room chat first.
Okay, we got one question from the chat box.
Yeah.
Okay, should I read for you? Okay, this is a question from the business management students. Okay, so the question is, students think their small eco-friendly actions do not have a big impact. Okay, this is an assumption. How can we motivate students to build a culture of the sustainability on the campus? Okay, maybe how to build the mindset of the sustainability on the environment of the campus itself. Thank you.
Okay. Uh, to motivate students in campus, like you must action this sustainability on campus. You can doing small activities like collect a waste, organic or non-organic, and then you can influence with your friends about how about the important when we collect the waste, and then you can doing something with the organic waste, make a compost maybe, or you collaborating with any studies to making a group like a workshop to making the waste is a new products like this.
All right. Also, yeah, I can conclude that actually this is the concept of sustainability starts from the small acts, like in our daily life. Yeah, by sorting wastes. Yeah, we already provided the trash bin, and we have to sort from between the organic waste and then unorganic waste. Yeah, this is a very simple talk, but I think if we can do this continuously, it can make a big impact in the future. Okay, and then another small acts. Beside sorting wastes, yeah, we can join the workshop, yeah, about the sustainable business. Okay, so I can conclude that we can start with the small acts in our daily life. So we move to the next questions. Yeah, it's from Atika. Okay. With emerging technologies transforming waste management, which low-cost innovation do you think that have the highest potential for adoption in developing countries to accelerate a circular economy? Thank you.
Okay. With emerging technologies transform waste management. Okay. For emerging technologies transforming waste management is very potential to adopt, yeah, but we must community-based waste segregation apps and decentralized composting like before questions. In developing countries, about high technology facilities are always accessible. So the focus should be on scalable, yeah, low-cost technology, turning organic waste into biofertilizer or processing plastic into construction material locals. This method require lower capital investment and create immediate economic opportunities for local communities. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Are there still questions? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, because it's already 11:13. Okay, I'm so sorry. Actually, we still have more questions, but
Yeah.
unfortunately, we have a very limited time. So maybe Miss Indri can respond, or reply all the questions from the chat box. Do you mind?
Okay. I want to replay one question from first question before. As a students can start small by focusing on actionable localization projects like setting up a campus composting systems, launch a waste drive, or partnering with local recycle startup. The main challenge is usually getting administrative buy-in and initial funding. You can overcome this by presenting a clear proof of concept like this.
Okay. So
Start
thank
with
you.
a small pilot project.
Yeah. So the other questions, will be responded or will be replied by Miss Indri in the chat box. Yes. So
Okay.
thank you, Ms. Indri, for your answer, and your insightful materials, And ladies and gentlemen, finally we have heard, the green technology from three different aspects, like from IT and then health sciences, and also from entrepreneurship field. But before I end this session's conference, let me present certificates of appreciations for our keynote speakers. So please, dear operator, please assist us to present. The first certificate is presented for Mr. Larry Chua from Blink ID Singapore. And then the next certificates of appreciations, is presented for Dr. Feliz Marian Zizan Juan from Gulias College of Medicine, Philippines. And the last one is certificate of appreciation for Miss Indri Sri Endarwati, Magister Management from Polytechnic Indonesia Surakarta. All right. So thank you so much. I would like to extend my gratitude to Mr. Larry Chua and then Dr. Feliz and also Miss Indria for spending your valuable time to present your insightful materials to us. And I hope we can arrange our further collaborations at the next conference. On behalf of the committee, I apologize for any inconvenience and all the speakers. And for our participants, I would like to remind, this is the end of our first section, but we have another second section or panel presentation will be conducted after a lunch break, starting at 1 p.m. And the next section is divided into two breakout rooms based on two topic interests, socials and science fields. If you are interested in science, health, engineering, or IT topics, please leave the main room and join breakout room number 1. And then for participants who are interested in social arts, media, entrepreneurs, hospitality, tourism, or other humanities topics, please leave the main room and join breakout room number 2. Thank you once again. Thank you so much for having me and joining us today. Let's get back to Master of Ceremony. Have a good day. God bless you all.
Thank you very much to our moderator, Ms. Nawang, and to all our distinguished speakers. We truly appreciate the valuable knowledge and perspective that have been shared with us this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of the first session of today's international conference. The second session, featuring the proceeding presentation, will begin at 1 p.m. Before we break, I would like to remind you one information. The International Innovation and Technology Expo will continue with another event on July 30, featuring competition for senior high school and vocational high school students, as well as college students. We warmly invite all participants to take part in this competition, and for lecturers, teachers, or institutional representatives who would like to register their student, we will be delighted to welcome their participation. Registration is now open, and we look forward to seeing you at the upcoming EETA competition. We would break and be back at 1 p.m. See you on the next sessions.
We live in a world that's constantly demanding perfection, asking questions and seeking answers. To understand our complex planet, we need people and organizations dedicated to solving global challenges. How are we equipping it? From university, when we think about a university, we always think of it as a building, long hallways, big auditoriums, test rooms, and even long aisle of books. Shh. Why not see it as more? When you get there, you realize that you're not the only one. You learn from each other. You grow together. It's not always about knowing exactly where you're headed. It's about finding your way. Broaden your innate ability by treasuring like-minded friends and people with varying ideas. Spark brilliant ideas and intellectual conversations that could potentially lead you into something bigger. At University Kuala Lumpur, the next generations of problem solvers are engineers, doctors, economists, chemical technologists, and even marine experts. They are future professionals who create solutions to environmental change and meet global demands. Do you want to be one of them? It's about seeing field with your own eyes and learning from the best. We create future doctors for improving the life of others. In lab, we create chemical technologists whose inventions are tested, resulting in products that push the boundaries of scientific achievement. Engineering professionals in the aviation industry are born to be the best persons in their operations. We develop business experts who are knowledgeable and alert to the changes in the economy. We even produce skilled individuals who are experts in multimedia and animation to spearhead the nation's entertainment industry. We create marine engineers who specialize in shipping. Even here are born globally sought-after automotive engineers. Alternative energy specialists are produced with a visionary approach. Count on our medical science technologists to protect your health. Quality control is ensured by the welding engineers we produce. We create railway experts that the countries can benefit from their expertise. What's more, nations can depend on our supply chain engineers for a successful industrial logistics system. It involves us interacting with our environment, giving back to society, and contributing to nationwide causes. This is University Kuala Lumpur, a large community of problem solvers who are dedicated to finding answers to the world's most challenging questions. Of course, it comes with a lot of hard work. Let's move forward together until reaching your full potential. Participate in university activities. Compete in highly competitive competitions. Create and develop scientific measures needed in the future. Despite the hard work, it's a lot of fun. We go to university for education, but in the end, we take away the experience, ultimately carving out your own career paths. University Kuala Lumpur is where the knowledge is applied, dreams realized.
I've rejected affection for years. Now I have, and damn it, it's kind of weird. He tells me I'm pretty, don't know how to respond. I tell him that he's pretty too. Can I say that? Don't have a clue. With every passing moment, I surprise.
Nama baik. Itu tinggal di download jadi jaga dan sampai lagi. Kalau di SK ada 2.000 orang, ada 2.000 orang.
Tahun ini, pencarian koki amatir terbaik dalam kompetisi memasak terbesar di dunia dimulai.
Kenapa mau ikut MasterChef?
Saya mau nunjukin ke mama juga kok saya tuh bisa masak, Chef.
Welcome to Indonusa Surakarta Polytechnic, a superior vocational education institution with achievements and global competitiveness, but still holding strong Javanese cultural roots and traditions. Polytechnic Indonusa Surakarta is a vocational higher education institution with many successful achievements. Starting from national competitions to international competitions, as proof of the quality of learning obtained by students. Various awards are achievements as a form of real achievement from the dedication, hard work, and high enthusiasm that are the characteristics of the Polytechnic Indonusa Surakarta. Behind the achievements that have been obtained, Polytechnic Indonusa Surakarta is aware that it cannot be separated from Surakarta as a home and living environment. Polytechnic Indonusa Surakarta holds the responsibility to maintain and preserve cultural values so that they become an inseparable identity. Here, students not only learn technical skills, but are also given a deep understanding of local culture and traditions. Polytechnic Indonesia Surakarta develops a collaborative spirit as the main pillar of Polytechnic Indonesia Surakarta. Students are encouraged to collaborate, share ideas, and develop projects together through solid teamwork. Students learn to combine abilities and competencies to achieve common goals more effectively. In learning at the Polytechnic Indonesia Surakarta, students are trained to become independent individuals, have initiative in every activity, and overcome every challenge with confidence. Many of the students have become entrepreneurs, creating new job opportunities and making real contributions to society. Being brave and strong is the main capital for building resilience as a form of excellence characteristic of Polytechnic Indonesia Surakarta students. Students are taught to be ready to face challenges with strong determination and not give up easily, and always look for innovative solutions. Students are guaranteed to be ready to face the dynamics of challenges in facing the competitive world of work. The ability to adapt in this global era is important. Students are prepared to be able to adapt to changing times. The curriculum is designed in accordance with technological developments and the needs of industry and the job seeker market. Mastery of new technologies is an important part of achieving students who are ready to compete in the global realm with confidence. Even though learning is always oriented towards modernity and technological progress, Polytechnic Indonesia Surakarta continues to closely maintain the cultural values and traditions of Surakarta. Students are active in various local cultural preservation activities and combine academic knowledge with pride in their cultural roots in Surakarta. This unique approach further strengthens the identity of Polytechnic Indonesia Surakarta students. Polytechnic Indonesia Surakarta is not only higher education, but is a community that values every achievement and forms future leaders. The combination of academic excellence, cultural richness, and visionary approach makes it the only superior vocational college with many achievements. Polytechnic Indonesia Surakarta, where the past meets the future, and every student is prepared to become an innovative leader and have a positive influence. Here, education is not just about learning, but also about living the cultural values of excellence, resilience, and respect.
Walinus mendapatkan penghargaan anugerah LEDT Wilayah 6, yaitu PTS Vokasi Prestasi Kemahasiswaan Terbaik, Pemenuhan Dharma Terbaik, Kinerja Penelitian Terbaik, Tata Kerja Sama Terbaik, dan PTS Vokasi dengan rasio akreditasi prodi terbaik. Politeknik Indonesia Surakarta berkomitmen menyiapkan lulusan terampil dalam teknologi, soft skill, dan siap bersaing di ranah internasional.
Banyak kampus, tapi belum tentu sesuai keinginanmu. Kamu butuh tempat yang bukan hanya gelar sarjana, tapi juga masa depan yang cerah. Di Universitas Wijaya Kusuma Purwokerto, kami hadir menjawab keraguanmu. Dengan program studi relevan dunia kerja, dosen berpengalaman, fasilitas modern, dan menariknya bebas biaya SKS dan uang gedung. Udah, gak usah overthinking. Pilih yang pasti yang bikin kamu berkembang, punya arah, dan siap masa depan. Gas bareng kita di Universitas Wijaya Kusuma Purwokerto.
Selamat datang di Universitas Aki. Lokasi yang strategis di Semarang, di antara dua stasiun kereta api, dekat dengan BRT, pusat perbelanjaan modern, Kota Lama, Pasar Johar, dan Masjid Agung Kauman. Universitas Aki memberikan komitmen service excellent untuk mahasiswa dengan konsep ruang terbuka yang representatif. Ruang kelas yang nyaman dan menyenangkan. Kegiatan pembelajaran yang interaktif dan kreatif. Laboratorium kekinian dengan fasilitas yang modern. Perpustakaan dengan koleksi lebih dari 20.000 buku dan jurnal, digital dan non-digital. Ruang meeting yang fungsional dan inspiratif bagi mahasiswa. Pool dan prosotan sebagai fasilitas pendukung relaksasi. Ruang serbaguna untuk berbagai kegiatan kampus. Untuk mendukung kelancaran proses akademik dan kegiatan kampus secara menyeluruh, kami menghadirkan berbagai pelayanan penunjang operasional yang terintegrasi dan profesional. Pengembangan potensi mahasiswa melalui unit kegiatan mahasiswa, seperti bela diri, tari, paduan suara, futsal, bulu tangkis, tenis meja, basket, serta berbagai kegiatan internasional yang diikuti oleh mahasiswa seperti program Summer Camp di Malaysia dan Summer Semester di Thailand yang membuka pengalaman global dan memperluas wawasan budaya serta akademik mahasiswa. Gimana? Seru kan? Yuk gabung ke Unaki!
Di jantung Jawa Tengah, lahir sebuah visi global. Inilah Universitas Duta Bangsa. institusi terakreditasi unggul dan diakui sebagai kampus entrepreneur terbaik. Didukung peringkat top 2 Surakarta dan top 200 nasional. Dengan 4 lokasi kampus yang tersebar strategis, UDB menjamin akses terbaik menuju peluang pasar global. Kami mewujudkan falsafah, experience the real things. Akreditasi unggul adalah bukti standar kualitas tertinggi nasional dalam tata kelola dan kurikulum. Kurikulum kami dirancang bersama dekan dan kaprodi untuk memastikan relevansi mutlak dengan kebutuhan dunia kerja dan industri. Di Lab Data Science dan IoT Vcom, inovasi diubah menjadi solusi digital masa depan. Kami menjembatani teori menuju praktik industri melalui teaching factory dan inovasi agribisnis modern. Mencetak pemimpin berintegritas. Program S1 Hukum UDB hadir untuk membentuk pakar hukum profesional. Keunggulan medis kelas dunia. Fasilitas FKG kami dilengkapi dental simulator tercanggih untuk presisi praktik klinis. Dedikasi pada kesehatan masyarakat. Fikes UDB menyiapkan tenaga medis handal dengan standar kompetensi unggul. Membangun jembatan karir global. Jejaring global UDB melalui kerjasama luar negeri membuka pintu bagi mahasiswa untuk bersaing di panggung internasional. Melalui KKN tematik, kami menyiapkan pemimpin masa depan yang turun langsung meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat.
DP telah mempersiapkan mahasiswa untuk magang, kerja, dan melanjutkan pendidikan di universitas ternama maupun perusahaan internasional di luar negeri, seperti di Taiwan, Jepang, di Jerman, dan sebagainya. Mari bergabung dengan UDB, wujudkan mimpimu untuk sukses di dunia.
Mari melangkah bersama UDB, wujudkan masa depan gemilang.
Setiap mimpi berawal dari sebuah langkah kecil. Disinilah di Universitas Setiabudi Surakarta, setiap langkah menjadi pijakan untuk meraih impian. Sebuah rumah ilmu, tempat di mana mimpi tumbuh berkembang dan diwujudkan. Universitas Setiabudi, sebuah perguruan tinggi yang berdiri dengan semangat pengabdian dan dedikasi pada dunia pendidikan. Sejak awal berdirinya, Universitas Setiabudi hadir sebagai jawaban atas kebutuhan bangsa akan pendidikan tinggi yang unggul, berdaya saing internasional, dan berbudi pekerti luhur. Berada di lokasi yang strategis dan dapat dijangkau dengan berbagai moda transportasi umum, Universitas Setiabudi beralamat di Jalan Lejen Sutoyo Mojosongo, Surakarta, dan telah meraih peringkat akreditasi baik sekali dari Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi atau BANPT. Berawal dari sebuah tekad luhur untuk mencerdaskan kehidupan bangsa, Universitas Setiabudi tumbuh dan berkembang menjadi salah satu universitas terbaik yang tidak hanya berorientasi pada kualitas akademik, tetapi juga membangun karakter dan nilai-nilai luhur dalam diri setiap lulusan. Perjalanan ini dimulai dari Akademi Analis Kesehatan yang berdiri pada tahun 1983 dan terus berkembang hingga akhirnya bertransformasi menjadi Universitas Setiabudi pada tanggal 11 November 1997 dengan 5 fakultas, yaitu Fakultas Farmasi, Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Biologi, Fakultas Psikologi, dan Fakultas Ekonomi. Saat ini Universitas Setiabudi memiliki 5 fakultas yang terus berkembang pesat, di antaranya Fakultas Farmasi, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan, Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Psikologi, dan Fakultas Bisnis. Dengan beragam pilihan program studi, Universitas Setiabudi membuka jalan bagi mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan potensi sesuai bidang minat dan keahliannya. Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Setiabudi pionir dalam mencetak tenaga farmasi yang unggul, berbudi pekerti yang luhur, dan berwawasan internasional. Dengan fasilitas laboratorium lengkap, penelitian terus berkembang, serta dosen berpengalaman, Fakultas Farmasi menjadi tempat terbaik untuk belajar, berinovasi, dan mengabdi di bidang kesehatan. Fakultas Farmasi memiliki 5 program studi unggulan, mulai dari D3 Analis Farmasi dan Makanan, D3 Farmasi, S1 Farmasi, Profesi Apoteker, hingga S2 Ilmu Farmasi. Untuk mencetak tenaga ahli laboratorium medik yang profesional, humanis, dan berkompeten, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan Universitas Setiabudi hadir dengan dukungan fasilitas modern, kurikulum berbasis kompetensi, serta jaringan mitra kesehatan. Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan memiliki 2 program studi, yaitu D3 Analis Kesehatan dan D4 Analis Kesehatan atau Teknologi. Universitas Setiabudi menjadi tempat terbaik untuk menyiapkan generasi yang siap mengabdi bagi masyarakat dan bangsa. Fakultas Teknik Universitas Setiabudi adalah tempat bagi generasi muda untuk berkreasi, berinovasi, dan menciptakan solusi bagi kemajuan teknologi. Dengan fasilitas praktik yang lengkap dan modern, bimbingan tenaga ahli, dan kurikulum yang adaptif, Fakultas Teknik USB membekali mahasiswa untuk menjadi lulusan yang siap menghadapi tantangan global. Fakultas Teknik Universitas Setiabudi memiliki 3 program studi, yaitu D3 Analis Kimia, S1 Teknik Kimia, dan S1 Teknik Industri. Fakultas Psikologi Universitas Setiabudi hadir untuk memahami manusia lebih dalam, membentuk generasi yang peduli, empatik, dan berintegritas. Melalui pembelajaran akademik, penelitian, dan praktik profesional, Fakultas Psikologi USB menyiapkan lulusan yang mampu memberi kontribusi nyata bagi kesejahteraan individu dan masyarakat. Fakultas Psikologi memiliki 1 program studi, yaitu S1 Psikologi. Fakultas Bisnis Universitas Setiabudi menjadi tempat lahirnya calon pemimpin dan wirausahawan masa depan. Dengan kurikulum yang relevan, bimbingan dosen berpengalaman, serta jaringan mitra industri, Fakultas Bisnis USB membekali mahasiswa dengan pengetahuan, keterampilan, dan jiwa inovatif untuk bersaing di dunia global. Fakultas Bisnis menaungi 2 program studi, di antaranya S1 Akuntansi dan S1 Manajemen.
Universitas Setiabudi terus berkomitmen mencetak lulusan yang unggul, berbudi pekerti luhur, berdaya saing internasional. Universitas Setiabudi tidak hanya membekali mahasiswa dengan pengetahuan, tapi juga dengan nilai-nilai integritas, profesionalisme, dan budi pekerti luhur. Mari bergabung bersama kami menjadi bagian keluarga besar Universitas Setiabudi. Universitas Setiabudi, reach your dream.
Menawarkan berbagai keunggulan di antaranya fasilitas pembelajaran modern, laboratorium yang lengkap, lingkungan akademik yang kondusif, serta bimbingan dari tenaga pendidik yang berpengalaman di bidangnya. Tidak hanya unggul secara akademik, Universitas Setiabudi juga aktif dalam kegiatan organisasi, seni, dan olahraga, sehingga mahasiswa dapat tumbuh secara holistik.
Pengalaman saya selama kuliah di Universitas Setiabudi sangat berharga, mulai dari teman-teman, dari Sabang sampai Merauke, sehingga saya dapat menambah wawasan serta pengetahuan pada diri saya. Untuk dosen-dosennya sangat kompeten dan ramah dalam mengajar, serta laboratoriumnya yang sangat lengkap dan modern sehingga mendukung mahasiswa dalam proses praktikum.
Universitas Setiabudi adalah rumah bagi mahasiswa dari berbagai penjuru negeri, dari Sabang sampai Merauke. Mereka datang membawa mimpi, semangat, dan warna budaya yang berbeda. Disinilah keberagaman menyatu dalam harmoni. Setiap perbedaan menjadi kekuatan, setiap kebersamaan menjadi semangat untuk maju.
Bagi saya, Universitas Setiabudi ini seperti Indonesia Mini, di mana saya memiliki teman dari berbagai daerah. Ada yang dari Flores, dari Jawa, Kalimantan, ataupun Sumatera. Dari sinilah membantu saya untuk memahami keragaman budaya. Sehingga saya pun bisa menjadi pribadi yang bisa menghargai sesama saya sebagai satu kesatuan.
Universitas Setiabudi adalah Indonesia Mini, tempat berkumpulnya generasi muda dari seluruh penjuru Nusantara yang bersama-sama menapaki jalan menuju masa depan yang gemilang. Dalam rangka memperluas jaringan, Universitas Setiabudi menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai institusi, baik nasional maupun internasional, melalui program pertukaran pelajar, penelitian bersama, serta kolaborasi akademik lintas negara. Universitas Setiabudi mempersiapkan mahasiswa menjadi insan global yang adaptif dan kompetitif. Di Universitas Setiabudi, mahasiswa tidak hanya ditempa dalam bidang akademik, tapi juga diberi ruang yang luas untuk mengasah diri melalui berbagai kegiatan kemahasiswaan. Terdapat lebih dari 20 unit kegiatan mahasiswa yang bisa diikuti, mulai dari organisasi kemahasiswaan, penalaran, kerohanian, olahraga, hingga seni dan kreativitas. Semua menjadi wadah untuk menumbuhkan jiwa kepemimpinan, solidaritas, dan karakter. Inilah kehidupan kampus yang dinamis, tempat mahasiswa belajar, berkarya, berprestasi, dan menemukan jati diri. Universitas Setiabudi, tempat lahirnya generasi unggul, berkarakter, dan siap menghadapi tantangan di masa depan. Bersama kami, mari wujudkan mimpi dan raih masa depan yang gemilang. Universitas Setiabudi, reach your dream.
Banyak kampus, tapi belum tentu sesuai keinginanmu. Kamu butuh tempat yang bukan hanya gelar sarjana, tapi juga masa depan yang cerah. Di Universitas Wijayakusuma Purwokerto, kami hadir menjawab keraguanmu dengan program studi relevan dunia kerja, Dosen berpengalaman, fasilitas modern, dan menariknya bebas biaya SKS dan uang gedung. Udah, gak usah overthinking. Pilih yang pasti yang bikin kamu berkembang, punya arah, dan siap masa depan. Gas bareng kita di Universitas Wijaya Kusuma Purwokerto.
Selamat datang di Universitas Aki. Lokasi yang strategis di Semarang, di antara dua stasiun kereta api, dekat dengan BRT, pusat perbelanjaan modern, Kota Lama, Pasar Johar, dan Masjid Agung Kauman. Universitas Aki memberikan komitmen service excellent untuk mahasiswa dengan konsep ruang terbuka yang representatif. Ruang kelas yang nyaman dan menyenangkan. Kegiatan pembelajaran yang interaktif dan kreatif. Laboratorium kekinian dengan fasilitas yang modern. Perpustakaan dengan koleksi lebih dari 20.000 buku dan jurnal, digital dan non-digital. Ruang meeting yang fungsional dan inspiratif bagi mahasiswa. Pool dan prosotan sebagai fasilitas pendukung relaksasi. Serbaguna untuk berbagai kegiatan kampus. Untuk mendukung kelancaran proses akademik dan kegiatan kampus secara menyeluruh, kami menghadirkan berbagai pelayanan penunjang operasional yang terintegrasi dan profesional. Pengembangan potensi mahasiswa melalui unit kegiatan mahasiswa, seperti bela diri, tari, paduan suara, futsal, bulu tangkis, tenis meja, basket, serta berbagai kegiatan internasional yang diikuti oleh mahasiswa seperti program Summer Camp di Malaysia dan Summer Semester di Thailand, yang membuka peluang pengalaman global dan memperluas wawasan budaya serta akademik mahasiswa. Gimana? Seru kan? Yuk gabung ke UNAKI!
Di jantung Jawa Tengah, lahir sebuah visi global. Inilah Universitas Duta Bangsa. Institusi terakreditasi unggul dan diakui sebagai kampus entrepreneur terbaik. Didukung peringkat top 2 Surakarta dan top 200 nasional. Dengan 4 lokasi kampus yang tersebar strategis, UDB menjamin akses terbaik menuju peluang pasar global. Kami mewujudkan falsafah, experience the real things. Akreditasi unggul adalah bukti standar kualitas tertinggi nasional dalam tata kelola dan kurikulum. Kurikulum kami dirancang bersama dekan dan kaprodi untuk memastikan relevansi mutlak dengan kebutuhan dunia kerja dan industri. Di Lab Data Science dan IoT Vcom, inovasi diubah menjadi solusi digital masa depan. Kami menjembatani teori menuju praktik industri melalui pitching factory dan inovasi agribisnis modern. Mencetak pemimpin berintegritas. Program S1 Hukum UDB hadir untuk membentuk pakar hukum profesional. Keunggulan medis kelas dunia. Fasilitas FKG kami dilengkapi dental simulator tercanggih untuk presisi praktik klinis. Dedikasi pada kesehatan masyarakat. Fikes UDB menyiapkan tenaga medis handal dengan standar kompetensi unggul. Membangun jembatan karir global. Jejaring global UDB melalui kerjasama luar negeri membuka pintu bagi mahasiswa untuk bersaing di panggung internasional. Melalui KKN tematik, kami menyiapkan pemimpin masa depan yang turun langsung meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat.
DP telah mempersiapkan mahasiswa untuk magang, kerja, dan melanjutkan pendidikan di universitas ternama maupun perusahaan internasional di luar negeri, seperti di Taiwan, Jepang, di Jerman, dan sebagainya. Mari bergabung dengan UDB. Wujudkan mimpimu untuk sukses di dunia.
Mari melangkah bersama UDB. Wujudkan masa depan gemilang.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second session. I would like to inform you about the breakout room arrangement for the proceeding presentation. Participants whose papers are in the social science category are kindly requested to join the social science breakout room. And for the participants whose papers are in the science category are kindly requested to join the science breakout room. This session will be moderated by Mr. Baskoro Adi Wicaksono, Master of Engineering, for science proceeding, and the social proceeding will be moderated by Ms. Nawang. Ms. Nawang Singh Edina Putri, Master of Arts. Please join the breakout room. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of today's International Innovation and Technology Expo. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all distinguished speakers, moderators, presenters, and all participants. We hope this conference has provided valuable insights, inspired new ideas, and opened opportunities for future collaboration among researchers, academics, and professionals from different institutions and countries. Once again, I would like to remind you, the International Innovation and Technology Expo will continue with another event on July 30, featuring competition for senior high school and vocational high school students, as well as college students. We warmly invite all participants to take part in this competition. And for lecturers, teachers, or institutional representatives who would like to register their student, we will be delighted to welcome their participation. Registration is now open, and we look forward to seeing you at the upcoming IITA competition. Thank you for being part of the event. I'm Sheila. See you on the next event. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.